Hello, 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 and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Everyone had a good one. Just getting the last couple of things sorted on my end. And I need to pull up my list for work today. Give me a moment. I need to have this here. Alrighty. Got a good chunk of stuff done yesterday. And a lot of planning for the next while. So, today, there's one thing I'm gonna do immediately. Where am I gonna put it as a question? That is a good question, actually. Where am I gonna put that stuff? I'm just gonna put it in here for now, I think. So... I can't remember what it's supposed to be called, so we'll just go through here and see what it's called. I think it's just logback. Anyway, brain activating. Good idea. I'll openly admit the last couple of nights have been just kind of horrendous. The weather here has been very, the not kind of good hot. Which has been really messing me up. It's like a hot, sticky, sickly hot. And that is like the worst kind of heat for me. It messes my brain up something fierce. Alright. It messes my brain up a lot, and as you can see, like, I'm just not properly recovering. I'll try and do my best to be of some semblance of state by the end of this. But yeah. Alright, there we go. So, this is the animation I have for the kind of knockback pulse, and it's going to be used as a shockwave in a lot of areas. This is supposed to be kind of like, we have like 2 or 3 locations where we're using the same animation, or the same animation, same sprite. It's not an animation, it's a singular image. This is going to be kind of replacing that. I thought it looked pretty decent. For what it is. kinda was a bit of a quick throw together. But I think it's come out pretty decently. So, with that being the case, let's go and drop in on player characters. I didn't get a thing for this done, but I'll sort that out. I don't believe a weapon needs to deal damage to knock back. And that was one of the things I did change. Processed in here. Checking if it's breakable. No, it needs to deal damage to knock back. Okay. That probably should just get changed then. Wonder. I just joined. Well, welcome. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. I feel like I need to put it there. Instead. So it'd be in speaker. If we're gonna make it so it doesn't care about knockback and care about dealing damage to knockback, which is something that I think has been needed for a while. Let's see. Can you pronounce your name? Cremel, Cremel, God, it's really hard to read with that blue. Cremel, Cricker? Is what I think that's an I there? Knockback. Yes. Criminal critic? Okay. That makes sense. Let's see if we can finish fixing this. There we go. Alright, so knockback processing like this. There's a danger to this. And that's if, do I have a safety net here? I don't really. We'll see how it goes. There's a very good chance. Everything. German, we say German, language is a difficult language. I mean... So you want a real statement on that? I've learnt German. Not hugely, mind you, but I learnt it kind of in a generic sense, and then I also did a lot of study on it during my linguistic studies at university. German is a Germanic language. English is a naturally Germanic language. The problem you've got is that you're talking to a New Zealander, which is one of the furthest from Germanic origin English-speaking languages of English. So the way we pronounce things deteriorates a lot of how certain things go. To compensate for that, I've personally learned a lot of Asian language to try and pronounce things better, which leads me to pronouncing things a bit more how you would hear from Mandarin and Japanese. Doesn't stop the fact that I can see that as clearly being German and then not pronouncing it as such, but hey. German is not a very difficult language. Every language is difficult to learn as a second language. In fact, realistically speaking, English is actually one of the hardest second languages to ever learn, purely because it is got so many case scenarios. And so many dialectual differences because it's so widespread around the world, whereas the most spoken language in the world is actually a lot more concentrated, so its changes are a lot more minor. And the most spoken language, if you're wondering, is Mandarin. The problem with English is that it moved away from some of its Germanic origins. Was it during the 18th century, I believe it was? And that did actually cause a lot of issues with it, because that's when they started using duplicates for casings for stuff, which led to situations where now we don't even have words for certain case scenarios. Hungarian is way harder than English. I'm not going to debate with you on that, purely and simply because that starts getting into subjective opinion. I am using a bit of subjective opinion with the English thing. However, I'm also backing it up with some objective research that I did and found during my time there. The benefit English has as to why it's not probably truly the most difficult, but is difficult on mastery level, is the fact that broken English is still understandable. Whereas, I could also make an argument to how the most commonly spoken second language in the world is actually... fourth is French, I believe. And the amount of speakers outside of its national case is so minuscule, it's hysterical. And I could mention how French actually has a lot of complexities that are actually very, very difficult for English. I could also talk about how one of the native languages for where I live is Tereo, and Tereo is extremely difficult for an English speaker to learn if they've never actually grown up with the concept of an Asian language or a Pacific language, because of the way that things are. And what makes English easier is, in fact, that you can consume English much easier. Oh yeah, no, I think that's definitely a consideration as well, is that the way to obtain baseline English competency is much more fluid by kind of osmosis than a lot of other languages. And I think that's a very realistic point to be made. But it does become a situation of, like, semantically speaking, what is the, like, hardest language to learn second? Well, it's up to the individual, in actuality. Certain people understand certain things better. I'm actually very lucky that for some reason, Asian languages phonemic structure clicked with me so easily. But just due to that, a lot of issues have arisen with how I kind of speak, how I pronounce things and stuff like that. I mean, I also grew up on, like, American TV, so there was a very solid portion of time where I struggled to say mayor instead of mayor. Also, yeah. Hey to you as well, Freakazoid. How's it going? I mean, that's the best way. Just jump into the conversation naturally instead of saying hi. It's the best way to jump in. Again, keep in mind that, like, I'm speaking from this with, like, I've researched, I've done study in this, but doesn't mean, like, I objectively know all the correct answers to the situation. That's why I'm saying, like, the correct answer is, it's a subjective problem anyway. So that's a case scenario. I'm just using broad exampling. The other reasoning as well is that English is one of the most prolific languages in the world. So because English is such a prolific language, they need to, like, the knowledge expectation of it's so high. It's the same with Mandarin. Mandarin's actually such a high expectation on how you need to learn it, because the competency levels are a lot more clearly defined in Asian, especially with Japanese. In my experience, is that, like, the levels are very, very clear, whereas, like, with German, it's kind of the similar thing with a lot of those languages there, like, I'm blanking. Like Netherlands and stuff like that as well have this issue where the language is so very particular in a lot of ways. You can learn the language, but if you go there as a non-native speaker, it is one of the most obvious experiences ever. Whereas, like, with English, often one of the funniest parts is that a second language learning individual, with English being the second language, is often better spoken than a natural English speaker. And that's because they've learnt the correct rules, whereas with English, there aren't correct rules. The rules are really, really ambiguous, because the point is that it's about conveying information. That's what language is. And English has gotten to this point where, like, its rules are just so unobtainably all over the place. Also, hey, Yamillo. It's a difficult one. It's a very, very difficult one. Alright, so I need to create a temporary weapon. With damage being 0. Okay, so what does this do? Okay. Did you see the artwork? I did. Looks good. Looks good. I just didn't respond because I'd been working a lot yesterday, and I didn't really think there was anything I could say that wasn't just lip service as well at the time. Honestly, what I'd almost recommend, Milo, is because are you in the Discord that Roger made for this? Might be a worthwhile thing to do, is get in there and show it in there, because more people will be able to actually respond. Wouldn't be relying on my delayed response time. I'm also a little bit more active in there than I am in DMs in general. Okay, so... This is a problem, because I'm gonna have to do this for now. This is one of those mini, I'm gonna have to come back to this. Like that. Do I? Yes, I'm grumpy. I mean, then, like I said, I'd recommend just posting in the channels there, because that's what like a lot of other people do with that stuff. And it means you also get much better feedback, because you're not getting feedback from just one person. You're getting feedback potentially from, like, at least 2 or 3 others. I mean, hell, I've even posted art into there, like, once or twice, I think. Isn't that where I posted, like, one of the early visuals of, I think the Fuamoko splash? I tease a little bit in there. Probably gonna tease more in there so you guys get, like, more info while being in there. Okay, so... give it 40. I don't think of anything else so far. I will let the scale vary. Normally I won't, but I will in this case. Damage equals 0, crit equals... Is it... What is this one again? I think it's just 0, right? Like, I just want this to trigger the effect of knockback. And what is it called? Is it so called pull push power? Full push power. Okay. Let's see, level up, stagnant, remove type. I think all of that should be natural. Hey, devil, you're over here this time. Is that gonna be... hurt? Okay, let's see what happens. Currently playing Skyrim and eating pudding, so watching it through the phone on YouTube. That's fair. Why is the meter up? Last stream someone donated some money. Okay, let's see if we can get away with this. I want to see if this is what all we need to do potentially for the Broken Shackles effect. Or if we need to do more. I don't think there's anything else I've nudged into the game without looking. It's not working. Oh, I don't fucking have it yet. Yeah, surprisingly enough, it's not gonna work because I don't have it yet. God damn it, I forget you don't start with it. Oh, God. I need to wake up. Well, being intelligent. Look, I haven't had shit sleep for like 2 days. At the very, well, technically I've had shit sleep for a long time, but specifically the last 2 days have been really bad. So, a little forgiveness would be appreciated. Ugh. Did end up watching an anime yesterday, which I haven't done that, like, pretty much at all this year. That was a good one, too. Was it I Want to Be a Villainess Who Goes Down in History? I think's the English name for it. Okay, I need a level of Broken Shackles. Does this crash? No, but it's on infinite repeat because it doesn't have remove type? Interesting. When does remove type get written in? Stagnant is true. So this needs to be... Okay, stagnant is true. Remove type, alright. Type enum dot frame. That should be what we need. Was it a horny anime? No. It was it's actually really, really fun. Kind of very much generic villainous sort of concept, except it flipped one aspect on its head, which was that, like, the character wanted to be the villainess. So, instead of, like, the normal storyline with villainess stories where it's like, I've become the villainess, now it's to stop me from, like, getting treated like the villainess or trying to be a better person, it's trying to be a better villainess. And in the process becoming like a really awesome character. It was real fun. I really needed to watch something like that, I think. I've been just watching Doctor Who in my free time at the moment. Well, free time. While I'm working off stream, and yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of, I'm not feeling as creative at the moment. I think it's partly because of the weather. So it was nice because it got some juices flowing for one of the projects that I've been working on constantly in the background that I'm just like plucking away at from time to time, and I haven't done something on it for like a month. Which is always like the kind of cool thing about when I do binge watch a bunch of anime is that I do get a bunch of cool ideas going. That was kind of partly my idea, was I was hoping to watch it, get some ideas for just this game in particular, but, you know, sometimes you don't get for the one that you want. Also, I just realized I'm fucking playing around. There we go. Alright. Broken Shackles. Cool. It's working. Why does the booba for the Baba girls look so weird looking? They're inverse, not even flat. What the fuck are you even on about? If you want to have a proper look at it, go look at it on Twitter. I have no idea what you're talking about. Of all of the, like, things I've heard towards it, that is probably the least, like, anything I can do with it idea. So I just don't understand what the fuck you mean with it. Because I've heard, like, the hair looks a little too saturated, and that the color of the tails blends with the footwear a little too much, and I think I agree with those sentiments. But the hair, I remember making a very conscious choice, is like the hair color they have naturally is really hard to work with the design. Because I can't make that color pop well enough, so I gave it a little bit more saturation, to actually have it pop out a little bit more. Or like be different in contrast. And the tail, I honestly just forgot to do shadow there, but it's not essential. Alright, so, alright. So I do need to do some of the color stuff. I also had an idea with the color, and I'm wondering how hard it would be to implement. Hmm. So if it's true, it'll be Wawa. What would be a good color for her? Some form of blue, obviously. Okay, no, technically speaking, it needs to be inverse, so it swaps the color afterwards. When the EX is playing, when is the color... What points are the color referenced at? Is it handled on the player still? Or is it handled on the other thing? Okay, so it's plain character color live. Wonder how that would look. So let's see, it's... We'll just do Aqua and else. Let's see. Is it just a pink? No. Fuchsia. These are terrible colors to use, and they're not the ones I'm actually going to use, but they'll get me an idea. I'm feeling weird flow of motivation. Jokes on your advice. I just keep believing I can find a GA if that way it works. Okay. I feel like it's a little bit of information I didn't need. Okay, how is this? Honestly, I almost want to keep those colors. They actually look decent for this. Don't tell me it's a Wendy's. Honestly, I'm starting to feel that kind of energy right now. Yeah, not having that knockback is really rough. To be fair, the next thing we're going to work on... Oh, cool, now we have the knockback. The next thing we're going to be working on is... doing the thing for the other characters, so that should make it fine. Do enemies reach you if you stand still? With Fuwawa? Yes, they will. Mind you, it's a little hard. Also, the damage numbers are still too high. That's something I do need to balance around, is at the moment, Fuwa's damage is a bit too high. Be broken otherwise. Oh yeah, no, 100%. There's a reason why like the cooldowns is lowered as it is. The cooldowns as high as it is for the most part. Maybe make a stable force pushing out enemies in smaller radius instead of pulsating knockback. What? The fuck are you on about? Do all enemies move at the same speed? No, they do not. If you actually watch very closely, you see that the rabbits are faster. And the fact that slimes are still hitting me are the important thing to keep in mind as well. So, I'm gonna be honest, it's more the damage numbers I'm actually scared about than anything else. I think I've pulled them down a little bit now, so they're not so obscene. Yeah, that's feeling a bit better. Yeah, thank God. Okay, so to give an idea, with the damage numbers where they were before, the boss would be already dead. Is there any point in leveling this up at this stage? No, there's not. There's no benefit to the thing. Slow down instead of knock back? No, that is not the intention of the ability. If you're talking about Fuawa's weapon, no, that is supposed to be a knockback. That is intentional. Like how that boss attacks. I do think I've done a decent job with the party animal. I do think there's more work that needs to be done with it, but I do think that like I've made a decent effort with it, and it's one of the ones that I'm pretty happy with. But yeah, like, I'll say this now, suggesting a completely foundational change to an ability like that is not something I recommend. Because, the vast majority of the time, especially when a character's this late in development, it's probably a reason something's this way. So with Fuawa being the knockback, it's low damage knockback, to ensure safety. Slow does not give you as much safety as knockback. Why is this justifiable? That Fuawa is really hard to kill. Well, she's also got DR from the collar. She's got, yeah, like, she gets a lot of stats to make it so she can't die. Because the idea is that you're supposed to swap to Mokoko to deal your damage, and then swap to Fuawa to not die. That's why Iron Mouse passive like the ability that she gives you is pretty fucking amazing. And that's why also the fact that they've got like about 300 less health than any other character, I believe. And Gur is normally the squishiest, but she's at 900 health. This is 600. The idea is to really make you think about your choices. Keeping in mind that the EX cooldown is accelerated also at the moment, so for testing purposes, so it's going to be about a 15-second cooldown between them. So it is actually a genuine, like, what do you need, when do you need it, and do you try and get, like, EX cooldown, EX reduction to try and get that more often. And that's why I've given a knockback to when you use your EX. Because it gives an immediate effect. Gives a reason to swap between them. However, the problem is that's tied to their ability, which means that you don't start with it. Which is kinda shitty, I'll be honest. It's the worst part of the arrangement. But I don't see a way of giving it to the player before then, and it not causing problems for balance. Because then it becomes an argument what's going to be the ability then. With Broken Shackles being the ability, it also means that when this character is picked as an assist for other people, they'll get Broken Shackles. Which is really going to be quite a nice effect on some characters. Is they'll have either spammable EXs or they'll want that extra safety net, right? That's why I gave it the area scaling, because by having area scaling, it's quite nice. For answering that out. Especially while the AI is as stupid as it is, this becomes even more valuable. Will you make a gameplay pro meta builds, or will you try and balance things to make all the... Okay, so... my statement on that is... that's not anything to do with me. I will try and keep it to a situation where every character is playable. That is the rule I'll stick to, and no character sits way further above any others at doing things that the others do as well. No character should outpace every other character in the respective fields, right? It should be a choice, what do you want to play? This is a fan game, it's a game for you to be able to play as the character. Am I going to give, hey, you should play this one because it's the meta one? Fuck no, that is disgusting. Will I give videos that give tutorial suggestions on how to play and how to play a character? Sure. That's intended. But I'm not doing that stuff because that actually makes the gameplay foul at that point. I genuinely stand by stats and like meta builds and stuff like that ruin games. So no, I'm not going to facilitate that. I will give soft suggestions, I'm not going to go hard into it. And like, again, also, long runs are not the intention of the game. Was meant by balancing? Well, keep in mind, like, balancing is a very broad term. Balancing actually means everything's balanced. That's the thing, right? I'm balancing around a thing, sure, but I'm not balancing an actual balance point. I've not set a strict numbers thing that is my balance point because that would ruin the experience of this game. Characters are going to feel strong in certain contexts, and that's beautiful. That should be the case. Or even shorter runs. No, so let me correct. The game is a speedrun game. The game is to kill bosses as fast as you can, and to kill a boss, you need to kill a certain amount of things for the boss to spawn. The game is around doing it as fast as you can. Long runs are not the intention. Time of run is balanced at a specific point, but it's not reaching that balance at this stage because numbers are so skewed around the place. That's why I've said gameplay testing from like other people has been so valuable is because I've been able to hear from people when they've said, hey, this actually does feel too strong. Hey, this actually feels too weak. And that's great, because then I can determine from there. I still think that the first boss spawns way too early, and I think subsequent bosses spawn a little too slow. So I think the first boss needs to basically be double the requirement, but I need to maintain the set amount that I've got going on, which means that I'm going to have to recode some of that, but that's fine. I can get rid of this now. Okay, I'm going to have to start writing these descriptions soon, like properly. Well, but I'm gonna have to do some really annoying shit with this. So I believe this is, let's see. So it'll be, it'd be the script executor, right? I could say something related to that once you told me that players liked a little bit OP things. Well, so you want to keep the feel for the run as a whole, not just extreme survival. Just fully focus on speedrunning. So now you've gone past what I said initially, which is it's a fan game, and it's supposed to be about playing the characters. So you're taking one thing I said and focusing on that and not looking at the rest that's said, which is something the internet does a lot. And not viewing things through that. So maybe I'll explain it a little bit better into that context. This game is intended to fulfill the fantasy of playing as the character. It's playing as your favorite VTuber. And by doing that, it means that I need for some of them to probably be on the stronger side, not fully by want or anything, but I can't exactly do something like Mori Calliope, an avatar of death, without having her do some really nasty kill stuff. I can't exactly have some, Iron Mouse, a theoretically Satan, be anything less than what that kind of maybe entails. But also, it's considering not just what they are in their story, but also who they actually are. So that's why it's such a difficult time designing these characters. There are aspects of the game that can allow you to challenge yourself, and that is the modifier levels, and that's it. That's the intention. The game is not supposed to be this extreme survival thing. It's supposed to be you're able to play the characters, and you're allowed to play with the difficulty that you feel fit with. But yeah, the only reason I call out that thing about with the internet is that that's what happens a lot of the time, is that you get, as an example, it's, oh, I really like this part of the game, and then someone will go, so you don't like this. It's like, did I say that? Did I say I dislike this? And not that I'm blaming you here or something, just saying that other games could work with that concept too. Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna disagree with that. So would a third-person beat 'em up game. So would a game of chess. Like, I don't see how that's even relevant. Are you now going, hey, maybe you should, like, not make your game? Because that's kind of what you're saying with that statement. And you have to be very careful, because you are now starting to get on my nerves with that. As you're now questioning my entire philosophy of designing this game. So we're on fair ground? No, we're not. No. I'm gonna be honest, it's just... This discussion is very dumb. Yeah. Kinda my point is that I'm gonna leave this. It's not helping me design, it's not helping me think on my designs, it's just asking me, hey, why are you making this game? Damn, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Is basically what I heard, so I'm just gonna leave it. Okay, so I need to function on the... What would need to trigger it? It would probably be the initial. So it's this one. Right. How do I want to handle this? So what I'm trying to decide at the moment is how I'm going to cause the summon to trigger the weapon. Because the intention is that the summon will also be casting the weapon, but it will be casting its version of the weapon. As a way of keeping Fuawa even safer and actually having it so you deal damage at least a little bit. I could make it a set interval, and that would be fine, but like that, I don't know if that's what we want, right? Because if I was to do it as a set interval, all I'd do is a time source, create with a pause array push, and then just have it trigger some stuff with conditionals. So all I'd need to do with the weapon, and I kind of know what I'll do, which is just make it so if it's an echoed weapon, and you're playing as Fuamoko, it will check for those two conditions being the case, and then it will basically just do the inverse of what it would do if you were playing as Fuamoko and not copy. Yeah, I guess I just have to set interval it. I don't see any other thing to do. Okay, so how am I going to handle this process? Okay. Um... So, signature check here is the crit handler. Sprite index is based off of the value 2. So, what we'll need to do is, if it's a signature, oh god, this is gonna get really annoying, isn't it? Hmm. So, what I'm going to do here is, I think... I need to set a variable of, if... No, so... And, var... I'm gonna do that. And then I'm going to have, if caster is not equal player, sister cast equals true. You haven't checked the Final Fantasy image? Yes, I have looked at a bunch of the stuff for that. I've been looking at it very carefully because so far I've been rather disappointed, I'll be honest. Because there's just not any real good representation outside of Galhand, I think it was, for the early Final Fantasies that I feel would be fun. I feel like there's great representation for Final Fantasy XIV though, that I would probably do. I mean, there's a fucking pre-con for it from the looks of it. But yeah, I've been a little disappointed with the Final Fantasy like 1 and 2 related content so far from it. At this point in time, it's almost looking like we're not going to get a Furion sort of joke that we could possibly make as a deck. But I have heard apparently they're going to be doing pixel art variants, which seems really fucking awesome with it. And I'd be down for collecting a couple of those if I could. To be fair, again, all of this is released in June, so we've got a long ways to wait. Did you see the Moogle? I did see the Moogle. I did see the vast majority of them. I also saw the cactus, which made me chuckle, because I can actually see that being a win con, which would be really funny. No matter how I do this, it's gonna basically look the same, so I'm just gonna do it this way. Alright, there we go. There were other cards that were stupid strong. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of cards that are really, really strong. Also, hello to you as well, Reptilix. Drag him out of, Glug, yeah. Like, I think they've done a really cool job with a lot of the designs. I'm just, like, very sad because I'm here for Final Fantasy 1 and 2 specifically. And so far we've not seen that, like, much. Especially knowing, like, the main one we've seen for Final Fantasy 1 is a card that I can't run as a commander. Or, well, would be not great to run as a commander. And that does kind of matter to me. I do like 6, 7, and 10. Yeah, and again, like this is what I say, like the pre-con face commander that we've seen for Final Fantasy 14 looks fucking cool. So I'm like excited for that. definitely a consideration if I'm gonna get it or not. But my point stands. Also, yeah, like, I 100% agree, though. It's like, they're probably not as worth it. Let's see. I really want to see the soul rings. That's true, yeah. I do want to see the soul rings for it. Hey, Matthew, how's it going? Okay, so now I need to preface this one with insurance of and sister. There we go. Just looking forward to them. Oh yeah, no, like again, it's one of those things of I'm liking what I'm seeing mechanically. Like, don't get me wrong, the Sephiroth one looks really fucking funny because that's just basically that worm, but like on a commander, and that looks fucking amazing. I don't really care too much for buying the precons. I mean, I play Commander. I love playing Commander, so precons are definitely where my eyes tend to wander when a new set is announced. Whether that's a good or a bad thing, whatever you want to say to it. But that is just the case for me. Massacre Worm, thank you. But yeah, Sephiroth is just Massacre Worm, but like, with extra shit going on. Honestly, he looks like probably the only card so far that I'm like super interested in getting, and he's in the fucking but like the weird like starter bundle thingy that is not actually supposed to be really for Commander. It's supposed to be for Standard, I believe. Which, yeah, that's what it is. But it's also like he's Dimir, so Dimir works really well for my brain. Building Sin as a landfall. I mean, that makes sense. It's just, yeah, like as I said, so I'm surprised the Sephiroth's kind of shitty. What the fuck do you mean? That Sephiroth's insane. What? Isn't it a 3-mana Massacre Worm? They, instead of like the damage, it gets fucking counters? Like, you're trying to tell me that's bad? Alright, here we go. No, sorry, he is a bit more. 6 mana Massacre Worm, Vigilance. And whenever an opponent creature component things, he gets +1/+1. Same as the worm. Yeah, but he's also, like, he is a commander. If you had the worm as a commander, you'd be fucking loving it. That's the point, like, I'm trying to make with that. Is it's just... You cannot convince me. Would you use it as commander, though? Yeah! Dude, I would use Massacre Worm as a commander. I'm serious. You're telling me that giving your opponents -2/-2 is bad? You do realize that if you have a way of going haste on this kills someone, right? In a lot of cases, when this comes down. If it doesn't get haste, it's a fucking threat and a half, especially knowing it's got vigilance. It's Demir as well. Like, so you okay, let me go to this then. You're telling me board wiping through indestructible is bad. Like, sure, it's expensive, but it's also a blue-black, like, you've got Demir colors. You can, like, put in a lot of cheap shit to get there. What happens if you don't kill someone? You've got a gigantic threat, and the worst part is, killing it means that you don't necessarily board wipe. Have you played versus a Massacre Worm? It doesn't necessarily board wipe everyone. Someone has a 3/3, you can block with that. Okay, cool. I've got vigilance. I didn't tap then. Like, I get what you're trying to say, but you're also telling me two of the best colors in the game, and with a Massacre Worm on it. You cannot convince me this isn't decent. I'm not saying it's the best commander. I still think the best commander is, your Sholta at this point. But that's kind of the point, right? Like, for a card you can guarantee, because it's in a setup bundle, and it's one of the cheaper bundles you'll be able to get, this is an insanely good one. It's also definitely not going to be the only Sephiroth we see. But yeah, like, there's several ways to give this, like, defensive stuff, especially in blue. You're telling me that, like, blue doesn't... Fuck, I could play that one card Matthew played as a commander, which means that everything gets a base toughness of 1. Part of the same image. Yes, I think that's actually really cool. This Cloud here, Cloud Planet's Champion, and Sephiroth Planet's Heir is part of the same bundle and part of the same image, and that's fucking phenomenal. It is absolutely gorgeous. I'm very interested in the summon mechanic, by the way. I do want to mention that, because, like, this seems kind of bad so far. It's not amazing, I should say, but, like, there's a lot that could be done with this. I wish Tom Berry could be a commander. That's fair. The Moogle seems fun, though. Oh, yeah. No, Moogle seems great. The Moogle version. But that's why I say, like, at this point in time, the only clear representation Final Fantasy 1's gotten is Garland, and I'm gonna be honest, this is not a commander. This is a terrible commander, if you've seen this. Because the problem is that, sure, he's 2 mana, comes out, 3/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil 1. Okay, that's cool. I like this so far. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield transformed. So you need to spend 2 red, 2 black, and 3 mana for that, so it's high as hell. But then you get Chaos, which is a big-ass bitch of 5/5 flying. Okay, pretty decent, but for 7 mana. And when it dies, put it on the bottom of the owner's library. You don't play this as a commander. This is a 99. just because of the flip side, this is a 99 card. Unless you play Garland Knight of, Garland this side only, I could see it working as a commander. Like, this is a good color combination. You could do something with it. But what do you think of Jumbo Cactus? Oh, Cactus is hysterical, and I can't wait for several people to die to OTKs with it. To anyone that's wondering, where is he? Jumbo Cactus, Cactar, sorry, is just, you get basically 1,000 damage. So if you have some way of giving this trample or yeeting it at someone, they're just dead. But I also love the Chocobo. The Chocobo is fucking adorable. The dragon feels too broken. Which one? The dragon here. I mean, this is literally a card that exists already. Don't forget lifelink. True. This is already a card that exists, right? Is basically when this creature deals combat damage, roll d20 and get that many treasure tokens. I believe there's already one that's like that. Is there not? Isn't there one that came out with Baldur's Gate that's a roll a d20 for treasure tokens as well, Dragon? Which admittedly is like a 40 fucking something dollar card and is really good, so we know this is probably going to be good. Ancient Goblin Dragon for Baldur's Gate, it says under the card, yeah. Oh yeah, it says there, yeah. This is literally that one. I didn't realize that that's what that was. I like this art, by the way. This is fucking cool as shit. I think that, like, these arts that they're doing are the best stuff about this game. Like, about the stuff that we're seeing. I don't really give a shit about this kind of art style myself. These ones. But I fucking love this. And like I said, I've heard that pixel art's coming in as well. Apparently there's some pixel art coming, and like that makes me the most excited. The problem is going for 146 for a normal version. Yeah, I knew it was real fucking expensive. I couldn't remember how much it was, but I remember it being like, this is one of the bigger chase cards of the thing. Like, just straight up. I can say that now. Because it's such an incredibly good card. And I'm so glad they're reprinting it. But yeah, I'm curious to see, like, what we might get for representation of the original Final Fantasies. Because, like, I give credit to Wizards. They've done a pretty decent job whenever they get their hands on something like this for representing pretty much everyone's enjoyments. And I would be surprised if they don't make an effort for representing Final Fantasy 1 and 2 a bit more clearly. I stand by, I will try and make a commander deck if I can that is representative for Final Fantasy 1. I'd love to. But yeah, at this point in time, not really going to happen. But yeah, this is the one that Matthew was mentioning earlier, Sin, Spyro's Punishment. Whenever it enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random, then create a tapped token that's a copy of that card. If the exiled card is a land card, repeat this process. Which just sounds hysterical. But yeah. It's gonna be the problem that, like, I know already I'm not gonna be I'm part of the Final Fantasy audience that isn't going to be the priority for this set. And it's just something I've come to understand and acknowledge. Like, I'm not so up myself that I'm gonna be like, how dare they? It's like, no, I acknowledge it. I accept it. Should finish all of them for June. I mean, there is that aspect as well. I will openly admit that if we play all of them before then, there's an argument. But that's quite an ask at this point. Like, could we do it? Sure, probably, if I start, like, heavy devoting it, but we also have acknowledged very clearly that I think it's, Final Fantasy VI is probably the end of where we can play with a current PC. So, that's important to kind of keep in mind as well. Yeah. I'm curious to see, though, because, like, I stand by, I'm confident that we're probably going to see some stuff that's going to be good for me as a Final Fantasy fan come in at some point. So I'm just really curious to see what they will have for that. I need to get the same code that this has. There we go. That was being very strange. Terra might be a better Alicia who smiles at death. Yeah. Like, I will not dispute that at all. It's a very accurate way of looking at that. Okay, so I need units. How often do I want this occurring? Let's see how it looks. But yeah, like, I'm curious, because, again, we're really early on in the spoiler season of that, because I expect that, like, This is... I have a feeling that the only reason this spoiler stuff got done now is because the, pre-con phase commanders got leaked. Like, this is probably something that was, like, intended for a little bit ways off. Also, can I just say one little comment I will make, and I know a lot of people are not going to agree with this comment, but I love it. So, we've already seen that they're intending to do premium versions of the precons. I fucking love that. I think premium versions of precons is a great idea. I was trying to get V-cards. I know. Well, this set of V-cards, I can't afford to. It's simply put. I'd love to, but I can't. I'd fucking love to. I genuinely would, but it's just not happening. But yeah, I did see the message about that the other day. The 48-hour call. Makes me very sad that I've just not had the money this entire time. I mean, the fact that I haven't ordered, like, gamer subs at all should be an example of how, like, much I'm doing. Just give me your address. No. Actually, you know what? I'll give you my address. It's 123 your mum's house. I'll be sure to pick it up from there. It's not repeating. I need to remember to set the repeating function variable. Parent, so it's after parent. Repeating -1. His address is 1 Molesworth Street. No, don't set things there. You know, I wonder what would it be like if I set up a PO box. How hard are they to set up nowadays? Because don't you have to pay to maintain them, is the problem. I don't know, I have the part of my brain that doesn't like the idea of PO boxes because there's several ways things can go wrong. There's a reason why most channels don't do like big old box openings from their fans and stuff like that anymore. And then you've also got things like why people don't accept stuff from cons as much now because of stuff like what happened with Gamela. Now I'm not gonna say everyone's like that. The problem is that there's just one or two people, and that's enough to ruin it for everyone. Oh my god, this might actually be the best combo. Oh, that's actually terrifying, because you get the crit. You double dip! And things. And a Miku dress will show up PO box. Oh, undoubtedly. Like, okay, this is gonna be the weird thing of like, there's plenty of things that I wouldn't consider weird that would turn up at my PO box that I'm happy for, but the problem is that there's a couple of things that would turn up that I'm not okay with. Right. And that's the main issue. Yeah, the requirements to make this a bit cleaner is just not going to be pleasant, so I'll leave that for now. So we probably should start writing up the stuff for them. The comments, not the comments, the descriptions. Okay, fluff deals, value 0 hash. And, value 1 hash. Is it at And then it would be at 0. Yeah. And this is necessary to do, but I'm just gonna do this for readability on my end. This one's gonna be like a very wordy one, I feel, no matter how I do it. Area in front of you. Bleed for... How much of the damage is the bleed at? The... And I set that in there. How much area is it giving? Point 2. Red. So yeah, this one, it's gonna have to be reworded, right? Because what does this look like in game? Because this is going to be messy to read. Luckily enough, we can see this without even going into the game. Because we can, or while not going into the actual game room, we can just see this from the lobby. So we can just go here. Yep, that's not okay. That's just not acceptable of a text box for that. Okay, so there's a lot of repetition. The dealing damage is exactly the same, and the error is exactly the same. So, what do we reword this to? Deal this damage in an area. With... Oh, God damn it. Okay, that trimmed it down a lot, but not enough, I still think. This is where I kind of wish I could easily segment out paragraphs in the thing. So, like, have a like, interspace. Yeah, it's still really bad. It's the problem of having to add the description of what playing as Fuwawa and Makoko does, because like I could remove that and this would probably be a lot less problematic. But it still would be kind of rough, and then you would not have any idea as to why you should play this on Fuwawa Moko. Okay, let's screenshot this and think about how we reword it. Come on, computer. You'll get there. What the fuck is my computer doing? No. I don't want this. Whatever the fuck this is. Fuck off. Okay, cool. It did open. First, do this. This, do this. Paste. So this is the text box we've got to work with. The fact is that, like, enlarging it like this is showing just how bad this gets. So, at the moment, this is deal X in a X area. It's not how we've worded that stuff before is the problem. What have we worded it as? We normally say area first. Again, that's an argument to be made. Area with ish. Effect. Based on mode. Fluff is around you with bonus knockback. Fuzz is in front of you while applying a bleed. I mean, we shouldn't even call it a bleed. Right. Wall, how do we word it on, Juniper's weapon? Apply a DOT dealing thing for every second for X seconds. Alright, in front of you, and Y DOT dealing X doesn't really reduce it, does it? It reduces it a bit. Because I can't just new line, can I? This sounds really... I don't know if I've tested this in a while. I think it's this one. Okay, let's see what this looks like in game, because I want to see what new line does. I doubt it's going to do what I want it to, but I'm curious. I mean, I could add in this, a syntax for it. Yeah, just as a space there. I mean, also new lining, that's not gonna fix the issue. That is the way the text looks in this case. Because this is... how many lines is this? 5 lines? Is that worse than Mary's stuff? It is. It's actually worse than my worst case scenario of that before, which I think was Mary's. That's really bad. Okay. This is too far then. We can never let it get to this point. We need to find out how to make this, better. I hate doing tooltips like this. I'm gonna just leave it at this for now. I'll let other people tell me what needs to change. Alright. Because there's too many other tooltips I need to finish. Alright. Swap sisters? No. I mean, yeah. So how did I word this on here? Because this is going to be also like a mouthful. What does Makoko get from this again? It's crit chance. Okay. There we go. Okay, the question now becomes, what would level up with Broken Shackles if we were to make it, give it a level thing? Like a reason to level it up. Because I'm gonna be honest, this is one of those cases where I don't actually think it needs any levels. Now, I started to go here. Oh, I need to stop doing that. If you press control and arrow key, it just sends you to the top of the thing. And it keeps mucking with my head. Alright. Okay, so now all of the things should be correctly done. Thought I messed up big time because I missed a deadline, but right now I got an email and I got a 3-month extension on work that'll take 3 weeks. That's fucking nice. Now you just get it done and have like those other 2 months and a bit to like fucking do whatever else, right? It's the best part of that sort of situation. Now get rid of the procrastinate. See, this is so much about me. Is like, I hear that and I'm like, cool, that means I get like all that time to get it ready. Then probably do a bit more extra quality checking. And then I can just fucking not worry. Oh, I need to make that a percentage. I forgot that. Where? Oh. I did that here as well, yeah. Hey, crazy VTuber man, I'm toxic. I'm not toxic, I promise. Take your word for it. I mean, oh, I should mention, by the way, I don't think I made this very clear. If I go to my list for today on work, let's see if I can pull it up easily. I'm probably gonna have to just wait for the game to launch before I pull this up. I have my list of what I was doing yesterday and today. Kind of like checklist that I wrote quickly yesterday. None of us are toxic. Yeah, sure. Sure. I believe that as far as I can throw y'all. Alright, let's see what this looks like in game now that we've fixed that issue. So, gain 5% damage reduction and 20% damage. Double the reduction if playing as Mokoko, double the damage. Your sister fights with you while playing as Fuwawa, give those percentages values as well. It's easy enough. And while playing as Mokoko, gain crit chance. Yeah, so the weapon is still the problem. The like description for it is atrocious. I need to find a better thing of doing it. Must be David trying us to do a Goliath, yeah. I still think, and this seems really stupid, but like I actually don't think I add any more to the EX text. Cause like if you read that and go like, I don't know what the fuck that is, you're not reading any of your stuff. Right. My god, yeah, the damage is still way too high. It's way too high. Now that you get, like, your sister actually casting. Proof of my toxic behavior. True. Yeah. Like, at level 7, I should not be dealing 20 damage. This item needs to come down. In terms of power. Because this is giving 80%, yeah, no, 80% damage that's not even maxed out. I'm sorry, I can't justify that. Damage increase is going to be now up to 60% total. It's just basically double what the damage reduction is, which is fine, I think. Alright, I was gonna show my list stuff. So this was it for God's sakes, Discord, please. Open in browser. So here is kind of my planning for yesterday and today that I did. The stuff on the left side is the stuff I worked on yesterday, so I did some shorts editing for stuff, worked a bit on the devlog, did a little bit towards input, not really, and then I did the pushback animation, which we've seen. Planning for tomorrow, which is today. Finishing off Fuamoko, adding boss spawn to shrines, adding a banner to shrine activity, and doing some further stuff for the input stuff, and then I'm going to try and release a patch today. I'm gonna probably have to speed up now, because Fuamoko took a lot of this morning to get to where she is now. I do not think her balance is right. I think her weapon still deals way too much damage. I could probably just straight up pull down the damage here. And it'll be a little bit better. I think the cooldown goes up a little bit because it's actually quite consistent. And I'm going to increase the area a bit. At 2 intervals. So, with that being done then, I'm just gonna start closing some of these things. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna probably just toss the boss thing in, finally. So, a boss can spawn off the shrine. Actually, no, before I do that, let's add the banner, because the banner is better to add. So, what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to look at map parts, and we're going to need to look at shrines, and we're going to need to look at this. So, oh shrine. And it's targeting a specific one. Right. I don't think this is necessary. Okay, so I'm gonna have to add a logic here for, I think I'm gonna have to write in a thing in here for how to trigger a shrine. So, what we guaranteed need to have is this. Well, this is not correct because we're going to do event. Okay, so at the moment, all this would do is trigger the event. So we go here, the shrine, going shrine options, and we're going to remove this, and we're going to add in shrine trigger, and there. Now we're guaranteed the trigger of the shrine. So what we're gonna need to do is stuff with UI. And it's gonna have to be in the play code. So we're gonna have to make some variables here. I wish this actually minimized, by the way. It only minimizes on the sidebar. Sometimes it works. I don't know. It's not very consistent. So we're gonna need another variable. Okay. So I'm just gonna quickly grab this like this. Current shrine. And then put that out for a moment. And now we need to write up a thing for shrines. Okay, so... Honestly, that might not be the bad way to do it, Icon, we're not gonna have an icon for now. Chords, how chords pass through? It's basically a vector, but not. X, Y. Where am I at? Title, body, don't have an icon. Chords. I feel like this is going weirdly off place, but hey. Width. Height. Text scale. 1. Leave it at that. Okay, and then we need X. Y. Got that going for us. So the truth of these are gonna be, so this. Divided by 2. Center. The problem is, I believe tooltip is top left focused, so I'm gonna have to do the width. Half the width minus this. I'm sorry. Minus width divided by 2. The width is going to be this times 0.3 for now, and the height is going to be this times 0.2. And then this can be display gig height times 0.1. shrine object. We're going to then put, let's see, with OUI. Shrine Ray. Is that what it's called again? Current shrine. Equals, in brackets, event dot name and event dot description. I wonder how poorly this will go. I do expect potentially a crash here, because I think something's going weird. Oh yeah, I feel like I should have mentioned, I have sorted out the Nintendo Online now. So we do have that for next stream. I haven't tested it too much, but I know it's there now. I've paid for it. Tooltip is not turning up. At all. Okay. Nothing happened. Alright. So this triggered, but I don't think the shrine thing triggered. That's because I am not calling it. Shrine display. Current shrine. Let's try that. There we go. Also doing work and I'm getting to show off. Hell yeah. That's always the best, right? Is you got work you got, it's best to show it off somewhere. That's why I do kind of like the Discord we have, because it's just starting to get a bit more like people just going, hey, here's something that I'm working on. And it's really fucking cool to see what everyone's working on. That's why I'm probably in the future gonna be a little less receptive to DMs for that stuff. Because the Discord's just a better environment. Because it's while it's a lot more people potentially seeing it, that's a good thing. But I mean, I still get sent memes, so. You have a what now? A Discord. Alright. We've had one for a while. I'm not the one that runs it though. So I don't tend to do much with it, nor do I officially advertise it. That's bad memes there, yeah. That's the point of it. It's just chill out. Vibe, as they say. Okay, I got the values wrong. But like, I can post it if you're not in it. I can post a link. That's something that I do, is I just post it when people request it. I also, because of that, I've also started getting to the point where it's like, if someone goes like, can I DM you? It's like, here's the Discord. It's like, just message me either on that Discord or you'll message me via it. And if you're a spam bot that's looking for art, which I know you're not, Jen, I'm just saying, like, when it's that case, it's much easier to just, like, filter them away. I always feel really shitty with that stuff, because it's like, I want to believe in the best of intentions with people, but, like, if you're gonna DM me on Twitter or on Discord or on any of my channel stuff, and go like, hey, do you want some art? I'm like, look, I would love some. I can't afford it, and I spent all my time doing my own assets. What do you think? Right? I mean, the store page. I mean, wait, do you have a game on Steam? I'll look it up on Steam if you've got a Steam game. Fuck yeah. If you've got a store page to go look at. That's very different. Oh, that'd be fucking awesome, man. Dude, that's impressive. That is hella cool. Man, I still really want to get this onto Steam, but I need it to be further along before I'm happy to put this onto Steam. There is a video I'm doing, the devlog, that will explain everything. I'm tuning the audio so your ears don't bleed, give me a moment. Sweet as, sweet as. I mean, I won't be able to play it, but I'll definitely have a look, right? On the store page. Just because I can't easily play something today. Not with my PC and streaming and programming. It's not a good combo. And we've seen that many a times in experience, sadly. But I'll definitely have a look at the Steam page. That fucking sounds awesome. I might check it out after stream if I have the free time. Admittedly, that is one of my faults. Okay. So that needs to. I feel like I shrink it down a little bit. Width goes to 2. See if that looks better. But yeah, I have a few roadmaps that I've sketched up that I'll be showing on the devlog. When I have the devlog ready, I will show it on stream. Like, I'll basically release it and we can watch together. See what I made? Exactly, exactly. But yeah, like, I can't wait. I can't wait for the devlog stuff. I don't want to show too much of the stuff that's going into the devlog right now, but trust me when I say, like, I expect to have some very long hours coming up and doing things. Early access is a thing. Greenlight's killed. Yeah, I kind of missed Greenlight, but I think the system is better. It's just got its issues. That doesn't position what I expected to, but okay. Do we think this should just be on the right side? Yeah, I think it should just be on the right side. Especially if it's gonna be that small. Have it turn up on the right side wouldn't be the worst. Once we get this, we need to just do a cleanup event. Where it does all the normal stuff for a cleanup, but then it also does the removal from the UI. The smart thing will be to do is say when the event succeeded, give a thing on the side saying event complete, claim your reward. And then have that disappear after a portion of time, but I don't think I'm gonna get that done today. We'll see. I could probably get it done today, especially if this basically looks nice. Because this is just gonna be like a constant, like 5-minute long effort of getting this looking nice. And it is not appearing on the screen. Interesting. Oh, bless me. Lord. This is bad coding practice right now, but I'm being lazy. It's fine in Game Maker, but it's still bad practice. Game Maker, I believe, does follow bedmass under most times, but the problem is that it's still just better to bracket, to prioritize. Technical debt, I barely knew it. But yeah, I'm really hoping I can get this further along sooner. If I follow my plans, we should have an awesome amount of progress done by the end of next month. But that's also in accordance with nothing going weirdly wrong in my life, right? So I'm doing what it's told. This is this is making no sense to me. So title, body, icon, coords, width, height, and X scale. So yeah, this isn't working correctly. Draw playing slots. Oh. That's probably why? This tooltip's not designed to handle GUI position, right? No, it's not. Oh, yeah, because technically isn't it handled on the draw? Something. Is it draw or is it here? No, there it is. Tooltip. Okay. Weird. I have no idea then. I guess it's just not a function I should be trying to use like this. I guess I could use... No, I can't use that. Yeah, this is a weird one, because this is me trying to use something that shouldn't be used this way. I wonder. I really do wonder. What happens now? Yeah, okay. So, it is just displaying incorrectly. Inside of this code, which is fine. X position is still wrong, though. Like, it'll probably be long-term better to do this manually some other way. But I just want to do something to give you this, like, visual aspect. Cool. That looks good enough. I'm gonna leave it at that as the core thing for it. So now we need to do, in shrine options, we need to do function shrine. And then we know with OUI current shrine equals that. We know we need to do that. On the rest of the shrine, though, is the question. Probably just deal with this. Actually, probably this should be around it. Yeah. Something like that. Cool. That should actually handle the shrines nicely, so now we can be a little bit more happy about adding in shrines. Like shrine effects. So now... I think we add in party animal as an option. So what I'm going to do for now... once the program catches back up with me, is I'm going to do var... it equals choose 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. And that means there is, for now, a chance of it being the boss. For a split second though, I'm going to just do this. And I'm going to see what happens if we spawn it. I love handbrake. I'm tortured by rendering. Yeah. I gotta be honest, right? It's like, it's one of those things, and I'll keep saying this all the way through. If I could ever get a team together, there are so many things I would just never do again. A lot of the UI, rendering, and asset stuff is just, those are the main things where I'm like, if I had the control to not involve myself in that stuff anymore, you could not stop me from not getting involved in it. I am far better at initialization and technical development. Video rendering. Oh, I hate editing as well. Yeah. I had to do that for the shorts and all that. But no, like, technical development, design, processing, and initialization of projects are where my expertise are. I'm not a solo dev. I mean, that doesn't make me better or worse. And doesn't make you better or worse. Okay, that doesn't trigger how I want to. Gives you the reward immediately, which is not the intention. Okay, so what do I need to actually do? I see. There we go. Time to chill. Finally have 30-second teaser I'm comfortable with. Hell yeah, go for it. Give me a second and I'll pull it up once I got this done. Checked audio levels. That's always an important one. Good on you for actually checking that. See if this does what it's supposed to. The uncompressed file, 30 seconds and 7 gigs, my bro, give me a break. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Dude, shorts. Like, my shorts, which are fully, like, done up nice and cleanly, are fucking insane. I'm just gonna speed run up some upgrades so I can kill this thing quickly. Because this is actually an interesting situation, because this boss should be relatively weak. Because it doesn't have special boss scalings the same way. You should read the chat message. If it's, just give me the name of the game, and I'll go look it up on Steam. Okay. That worked. Control C. Once Steam catches up. It's also still just coming off the back end of my computer thing. Right, is it Zoomer Escape? Or is it not showing up immediately? I'm assuming it's a Zoomer Escape. First and second, cool. Oh yeah, it's because the second one's the demo version. So I'll just quickly have a look-see at these images, because I always look at the images first. Come on, Steam fucking does what it's told. Good lord. Search for Grandpa. Space, comedic stealth adventure, where a sorry young guest tries to sneak out of an overly generous gathering before being force-fed hospitality, navigate crowded rooms, dodge aggressive hosts, solve puzzles, and a hilariously culturally inspired escape mission. Curious. Oh, come on. Once my computer catches up with things. Damn, that's actually pretty good. I really think you get a nice styling with this. It's nice a bit, right? Yeah. No, I like that. You got a cool setup for it all. Good establishing. And can I just comment on how gorgeous this transition is? Especially to the text there, deep breath, I can do this. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. I think you've done a really great job with that. That looks fucking good. Developers recommend playing this game with a controller. Do you now? Yeah. Nah, they fucking cooked. Oh, I think this looks really, really impressive. You've done a good job with this as well. Yeah, this is shaping up quite nicely. Really, really cool. It's our first commercial product. Nice. No, it's genuinely really, really impressive for a like your first commercial as well. Like this stuff is all laid out in a fairly good way. I don't see anything really glaringly wrong with the descriptions on anything either. I also love that you've got like, okay, so this is one of those things where I like this especially because this feels like a really cool and fun way of conveying a culture across barriers that might not initially be thought about. Because like, I'll speak from experience. I don't know that much about Saudi Arabia. Similarly gameless, hilariously desynced. Yeah. That's... I mean, just these are interesting. But yeah, more like this. Yeah, it's one of those things that the game's not... it's not got an establishing thing. I think it even says here Steam is learning about this game, so it doesn't recommend things correctly. And that's probably a good acknowledgement that they have. This is one of those things where, like, you just have to have people play the demo and have, things for that. But, yeah, I think this is fucking awesome. Really good quality on it, too. Like, all the visual assets, phenomenal. Phenomenal. I do love the minimal, and it's, like, genuinely, I'm pretty sure a phone is more powerful than this. So, very, very good job. Very, very good job. Oh, awesome. Totally didn't stress test it, yeah. I dread to think what this is gonna end up being. At this point in time, this game is like sitting in a really weird spot, and I'm not sure where things are going. The min speaks of hopes and prayers. To be fair, it wouldn't be unlikely with a game like that, right? I mean, it's the same argument I could make with this game. This game should theoretically run on a toaster up until a point. Because it keeps scaling what's going on. So, potentially it could lead to, like, laggy scenarios for some people at higher points. And I don't know how well that's going to impact the game. Because we have mixed systems when it comes to what might occur when. With some things being on seconds and some things being on frames. So, I don't know how well that's gonna go. But, we do have the boss thing done now, though. And I'm happy with that. So, I think I'm actually gonna publish this patch. The 30s of people who told me to put it on phone. I think it's a good fit at the current version. I mean, like, I'm not saying put it on a phone. I'm just saying it looks like it could run on a phone. I do understand that rationale, though. It's the same argument I've given with this game. A lot of people have requested this game on the phone. In fact, I would say half of the people I've really interacted with when genuinely talking about this game has asked me to put it on the phone, on a mobile device. And I'll just plainly say that's not happening. Because the sheer legal problems with that alone is insane. It's already going to be hard enough to get it onto Steam with a lot of stuff, and getting it all quality assured for that. But getting this onto a mobile device, nah, I'm good. Next game I plan on doing. Now that I expect to be able to go onto Switch. That's my hope, because I want it to be a Switch game. This is a card game, and it would be totally a great idea, right? Ugh. We'll see how it goes. But I do think a game like that could go onto a mobile device, but the functionality for it would be so rough. Twin stick is okay, it can get frustrating. I mean, with that being the case though, if it's primarily stick focused, then mobile wouldn't be the worst potential direction to take some of it. Just cause you twin stick the sides. So if it's on the first 50% side, it will be the first stick, and it'll be on the second 50% for the second stick. It would just be about getting the control stuff for that done, which is a bit rough. It depends on if you want to have it screen or if you want to have it specific. It also potentially negatively impacts things like cutscenes, if you've got cutscenes, because you'd have to have a way of blocking out the player from accidentally skipping the cutscene by still being moving for an event. Genshin got on there. I mean, like, that's the thing, is it's just like, I can tell you most of the stuff on the technical side of how to get there, but it is up to you on design, like all the people working on design for the game. At the end of the day, that's what really matters, because if they don't believe it should be there, then it probably isn't going to go there. Same with this game. This game, I'm the only designer of this game. I do not believe this should go to mobile, and it's not going to go to mobile because of that. Okay, let me kind of make this very clear. If I was to ever bring this to mobile, that's because I've got people that are doing that part of it for me. That is the only way that's happening, because I'm not going to hit all the stuff for that. This game is a solo project, and it's going to be maintained as a solo project up until a point where that's no longer feasible. And I'm able to afford to not have it as a solo project. But that's not likely to happen, because this game can't make money. So I need external income sources that would be able to generate enough revenue to keep me alive, and also then pay into this, and also not jeopardize hobbies and stuff in the process. That's not really feasible unless a game is successful. And at that point in time, wouldn't I be focusing more of my time and resources on that game to generate better income and develop more paid for things? This is the problem. It's probably just going to purely be, this game will always be perpetually a solo development, with people popping in from time to time to help on it. I think that's the better thing. Or if share so much, you can get half of a cent every in-app pay. Yeah. If you get them to agree. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is this game can't ever be revenue shared, or revenue at all. But the next game, which I haven't finished doing the trigger mechanisms. That was what I was working on last. It's a car game. It's getting there. It's getting there. I'm hoping to have it done, like a proper setup done in the next few weeks for that. Because I do really think it'd be a great opportunity to have that sorted before I end up like moving, for example, or anything like that. Putting the tech in place is your biggest investment? Yeah. I mean, the amount of learning I have done from doing this game is the big thing. Building in-game tech. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, though. That's good. That's the thing a lot of people mistake with development of games, is that you don't start off with a great game out of the thing. You're going to make a shit game first, and then you're going to make progressively better games, potentially. And that's because you've got better understanding, you've got better things in place, you've got more of the stuff that you need for it, and that's kind of what you're talking about there. So that's the important thing, and that's awesome. Good decision, good decision. Okay, let me do cleanup on a couple of things, specifically fixing dev-related things like these. I haven't fixed these for multiple updates. And then I need to go to the player and disable dev test in there, and then dev test in the other stuff. Dev test is all disabled here. Cool. O controller main. You've got a bunch of the dev test in it now. Where am I looking? I'm looking in the step event. Where am I looking in the step event? Here we are. Alright. That's escape. This is P. Here we go. P is one of the ones that we need to disable. O is disabled, and this is disabled. Cool. That's basically the game ready to ship then, I believe. So, let me just set a couple of things up. And we'll post this out. Okay, let that go through. Let's see. I feel bad I made you change so much of ability text then didn't play test it. We'll do it tonight. Gotta give back. Oh, no, you're all good. You giving me all of that shite about the ability text is great. Cause that did genuinely improve the game. And there's some more ability text that need to be worked on. I mean, I don't think you've seen the new one, which we've been working on today, which is Fluff and Fuzz, which is a fucking mess. I've been working on it still, but like, it's just, the in-game text for it is horrendous. Cause it's just impossible to explain easily in my eyes. Cause this is the text for it at the moment. It's deal X damage, like deal X in a X area with additional effects. Fluff is around you with a knockback. Fuzz is in front of you and applies a DOT, dealing 25% every second for 3 seconds. Switch between these effects every X seconds. That's not correct wording, but hey. If playing as Fuwawa, only use Fluff and gain 20% area. If playing as Mokoko, use only Fuzz and it gains the 50% crit damage. It's fucking horrendous. It's 5 lines, which is the worst tooltip length of any tooltip right now. So I turned off my brain off. Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, wise. Alright, let me start writing up the notes as well. So... if we use some of this as an example point, it's going to be that, and then let's look at the last devlog as well. Yes, that's how I do it. Alright. So... we've got the thing for patching in. I think it's edit game I need to go to. Upload file. Open. Oy, I always hate this process. It's just such a, like, time-consuming bit of effort because I want to write everything up correctly. I need to actually have, like, a sheet for writing it in so I can do this faster and easier. That's what I think I need to do. Because, like, I have a thing here for formatting. But that's not enough. We have it much worse. Oh, I bet. I undoubtedly bet that you do. Like, the advantage I have is transparency is really high for this game development process, so me, like, talking about certain things is much easier and much harder. Well, easier to show, harder to keep hidden. One of the things, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm not showing my hand as much today with some of the stuff that I'm working on in the background and planning. Cause I have to do fucking, a bunch of prep work for it, and I kind of wanted to be in the devlog. 8-9 people fighting to push commits. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it's one of the beauties I have at the moment is that this is, since it's a solo dev project again, I haven't uploaded it to the Git in fucking ages. I really should. We're several updates along and I haven't updated the Git. Which is not good. Because it means that I might just lose this work, potentially, right? Oh god, my headphones are dying and that's a very loud noise. Keep the Steam page hidden for almost 18 months. Yeah. Yeah. It's just an annoying process getting all of this stuff right. And I'm still in the process of trying to find the best way to convey all of this information, but not in a, like, disgusting way. 7,000 commits. Jeez. I don't think I ever got that bad. I got to definitely the few hundreds. And that was when I was doing it with my mate, still. 106 branches. I mean, kinda nice, but also, jeez. To be fair, that is good that you're branching like that. It's just kind of rough that you've gotten that far. How long's the project been worked on? Mind I ask. Because, like, if it's been, like, multiple years, then that amount of branches makes a little bit more sense. Because a lot of those would be, like, legacy branches at this point, right? $18 months. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I don't think that's too bad. I remember some pretty horrendous times back when I was working software. Alright, we're pushing for even more branches? Good lord. That's not good. If we get too many, quality assurance becomes a nightmare. No one's closing them. Yeah, you might need to dedicate someone to, like, quality assurance and, like, checking that stuff. Doing proper cleanup on the thing for it all, because that's sounding like it's gonna just become a nightmare. Lord. Alright. There we go. It's up. Current update is out. Now I need to just do the update. Ah, shit, hit my fucking phone. Do I still have this tied? No, I don't. Alright, I need example points here. What I should be doing. Yeah, you can kind of see, like, this one became a little... I think this is a lot better. I think I handled this one a lot better, this, devlog. So I need... that is kind of the styling I'm aiming for. So let's dump the core information on. So new... character... Moko, new items, and fixes. There we go. So those are the three main things I can list off on. Did I balance anything else? I don't think I balanced anything else. I think Kumicha is the only thing that got changed, like, objectively. So character. I'm just gonna leave it like that for now, because I'll have to come back to it. New items. Why? And I should probably, before I get to UI improvements, we should have balance, changes, and then fixes. That's probably the list. Okay, so how did I do the new characters the other time? I'll get their full name in a second. Here. I'll describe that properly in a sec. Item. What was the item one again? Broken Shackles was the other one. Hellborn Collar. Also, here is the last name. Here we go. Hellborn Collar? Yeah, Hellborn Collar. Ability. Broken shackles. Okay, what was the new items again? Let's see. It was lap. Pillow. And pull up that. Balance changes. Yeah, $10, $20, 30% to 20, 40, 60. It goes on top of it. No, so that one's me fucking, okay, so that one I know what's going on. And the simple answer is I've been lazy because they're not supposed to be using pathing like they are. What's happening is the pathing isn't getting paused sometimes. So what ends up happening is it just keeps running between the two path points. It's a origin and its path to location. However, it's not consistent. It's a bit of an edge case thing. But the problem is that they're not supposed to be using that at all as their method of pathing. So I was lazy. I will openly admit to that, being like, I did naughty with that. It's not consistent, but it occurs. Actually, I might just copy this. That's a good enough description of the event. There we go. There we go. Fluff and Fuzz is written as a code block. Honestly, Fluff and Fuzz written is the worst thing ever. That weapon needs a better improvement. The way it is just horrendous. I really do actually hate how it's written. I really do. I just don't know a better answer right now. I wanna do something to it though. It's difficult when you have a modal thing and then you have it also have a unique interaction with a character, because you have to describe the unique interaction. Like, there's an argument to be made I should make a case scenario so it doesn't even show you what it does if you don't have full Morgul, but I think it's just, I don't know. Let's see. Why did you define fluff, then later say if fuawa? Does it proc or mokoko? So if you, depending on which one you are, is dependent on which mode you're on. So fuawa is fluff, mokoko is fuzz. Then they gain benefits based on gain benefits as well as only being on that mode. If you are not playing as Fuwamoko, it just swaps between the two of them. So it is a modal one. It is, there's the case scenarios of like, is it being played by Fuwamoko? If not, it just swaps between the two. If it is being played by them, which one is it being played at the moment? And based on that, you get benefits as well as you are specifically only that one. It's area benefit for Fuwawa and crit for Mokoko. Deals XY in XY area. Fluff sounds. Surrounds character with bonus knockback. Fluff fires in front and applies DOT, dealing X area seconds. Fuawa uses Fluff and gains X area. Goku uses Fur and gets critical damage. Others switch between these effects every XY seconds. Yeah, I think that's probably better wording, but it still doesn't stop it from being like a fucking mouthful. And the problem is that it's just, there's too much text, regardless of what I do. But I do agree with what you've said there. Like, I can probably toss that in for a future update. Having better wording. Can only optimize text space. Yeah, I think I need to do something a bit more drastic with how I do tooltips. At this point, that one's revealed quite how bad it can get. What the fuck does lap pillow do again? I add these things, I don't even know anymore. Gain additional heal value. Yeah, alright. Gain 100% heal amp. Then clip that. What was clip that? Yeah, let's lose health per second. Or maybe not switch between effects, but switch between weapons? Or is it both? Because I assume the area buff and the crit buff are for Moko exclusive, right? Yes. So, there's an argument to be made. I could just make 2 weapons separately, and that would work, potentially. But that would just... basically, in the end, what I'd end up probably having is 3 weapons, and then I have to make a really niche case scenario where that enables it so it can't get the same ones, and it's way worse than just having this one weapon do all of these things and just having a better description system for it. Like, what the correct thing to do is to find out a better way of conveying what it's doing in a simpler way, but not overloading the player. I could always do conditional checks and make it so it only shows what it does currently instead. Which wouldn't be impossible. But then I feel like I'm hiding information at any given time, right? Because like, keep in mind that it's what, 15 seconds between swapping, so if you're playing as Fuamoko, you don't get to see the information of the other weapon for 15 seconds. Alright, there we go. Whether you decide on putting conditionals or not. Yeah, like, the wording is what needs to change about that weapon, is the just flatline thing. Yes. Mokoko, when it is the sister that's running around, the AI sister, she does it on top of herself. That is because the way that the coding is working doesn't work correctly. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I saw it earlier when we got it working to begin with. I don't think I can fix it right now. Not without like a huge wide net of conditional arguments that I think would just not be good for my brain right now. I just wanted to get full Morko out, I'll be honest. That was the main thing. It's the same with the colors. The colors aren't, for her EX aren't set in stone. Those are definitely not the colors I intend to use, but it works. What's the second vertical bar for? Assist. The one on the left is a thing. The one on the right is one on the left is EX. The one on the right is assist. Based on which character you are. If you're playing for Holocure, yours will be Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse is a screen wipe that looks a bit glitchy at the moment. Press tab when it's full. Yeah, I know. I know, it's not clear at the moment. That was something we've been discussing a lot. I've been working on the things. Okay, I think that is everything for that. Publish, enable comments, save. Alright. Gotta post all of the stuff in the right places. Alright. Then link. Oh, I didn't even mention the stuff I just quickly did about shrines as well. Oh well. It'll be fine. I could toss that in quickly. Yeah, I'll get that sorted in a sec. I believe I can just still edit it, right? Edit post, yep. Let's see. Weeks. There we go. Save. Cool, and that's sorted there. Alright. Oh boy. It's always fun doing one of them releases. I feel like shite afterwards. Oh, you mean Knife Doggo? Yeah, Knife Doggo's great. I love Knife Doggo. The funniest part is, it's not very visual, but Wolf Doggo has a passive where the lower its health is, the slower it moves. Because you know what, fuck you, it's even more of a reference than you thought it was. But it does do more damage. It gets double the damage as movement speed penalty. Why it's got a ranged attack. It basically gets on top, like gets really close to being on top of you constantly until you've done enough damage, and then it's just like, dodge the fucking projectile, I swear to God, otherwise you are fucked. It should do a shitload of damage. I don't think it does that as much damage as I'm hoping, but to be fair, I've also nerfed the bosses recently, so might need to go through and do another bit of a cleanup, but that's kind of because I want to do a lot more nerfs along the board, across the board, because I think certain numbers are going by too fast. And that's the problem I'm having with the game at the moment. holocure just chilling. Yeah. Dude, Holocure is currently the strongest character by such a fucking margin that it's not funny. Which is why I've pulled their damage down so much. I still think Cinder is one of those ones that I'm gonna have to perpetually keep a very close eye on because she will get out of hand very, very quickly just because of mechanically what she does. Like, she has inherently a lot of instances of damage, and then she gets a thing that whenever you deal instance of damage, you deal more damage, which can cascade off of itself, right? Oh, chat's dying a moment. There we go, fix it. As if anything, it's like a lot of other characters need to be, like, a lot of power needs to be moved around, going relative to what I talked about earlier, where it's like, I want every character to feel like it's fulfilling their fantasy, is the priority, and then bringing them within the scope of damage numbers that I want is the important thing post that. Currently, a lot of characters are not fulfilling my the desire I have for that second part, and then a couple of them aren't quite fulfilling that first part, I think, enough. So I kind of want to work on that. But I'm glad that the game has gotten as far along as it has, and I've seen as many people enjoy it and have positivity towards it, because that's really important. I just want to see people happy. Right, at the end of the day. I get saying your game appeals to the male fantasy. Yes. Yes, it does. Doesn't have any, like, just warm, fuzzy moments currently, though. I do need to add audio lines at some point. It'll be fun. But, like, okay. Real talk, one of the reasons why I've been so hesitant on adding actual voice lines from the individuals to the game, even though I think it would genuinely improve the game in some capacity, is because that's where I start, like, overstepping a boundary, I feel. Like, at this point in time, I've been told either yes or nothing in terms of, like, is this game okay, am I all good by the people, right? So I've never been told no with anything I've worked on or produced so far for this, and I have tried to reach out to as many of the talents or agencies as I could while working on this. Which is why I say, like, the answer I get of nothing, I take as yes. Because, pure and simply because I look at their legal stuff as well, and their legal stuff normally allows for it, but it's just me double checking, right? However, I know with utmost certainty I'm going to get into a real touch and go one, and one of the things that makes me the most sad, I talked about this before and I'm going to be very brief on this because this is one of those subjects that shouldn't be talked about too much, but like, I plan on adding Doki Bird very, very soon, which means that Niji Sanji will not be able to play this game at all, like in any official capacity. But there's already a Niji Sanji character in the game. They're in fact the first one actually added to the game. Not designed, mind you, but added to the game. And that was Vox. Vox Akuma has been the longest standing character in the game, has had 2 visual updates, and he is still the oldest looking design. I should give you an example of like how long. He was my dev test character initially. Then I did Iron Mouse, and then Iron Mouse has stuck around the entire time. Is the main dev test after that. is using your content. Like, there's a lot of, like, really questionable zones with it. It's a boundary that I'm not happy about going over. So I'm leaving it alone for now. I have been given permission for certain things in certain contexts, but I'm still hesitant, because if I use them in some, then people will go, well, why haven't you used them here? And that's kind of where we get into this difficult scenario with a lot of things. I stand by, there's a lot of things I want to do with this game. Some of them I do need a lot more money for, though, sadly. But it's kind of on me. But I do think that the game's coming along quite a lot. And there's, like, a couple of things that are on the horizon that I'm working on that should hopefully get more traction and attention for the game, as well as add to the game positively. Since we've trimmed down on how many bosses I'm going to work on in the near future, or to get to the next update is quite a big thing, which should mean that, like, if I go according to my plan, probably about 2-3 months we'll be able to start working on the lobby, and once we start working on the lobby, realize that that's, like, the final stretch for the Steam release. Because while I'm working on the lobby update, I'll be slowly working on the multiplayer background stuff and the Steam integration stuff. And basically, once the lobby's ready and, like, that update's done, at the same time is probably going to be at Steam release. And that's kind of the point. But, again, I'm not going to go too far into this, because this is starting to get into the territory of stuff I'm going to talk about on the dev log video, and I'll leave that for the video, because I'll have... My intention is to have assets and slideshows and shite to show and talk about things a bit clearer, so I can go into detail on it with backing resources and not be talking out my ass. But I'm real happy. I'm real happy with another update. Always a fun one. I should probably post that there as well. But yeah, it's a difficult one when it comes to a fan game. Because a fan game there is a very fine line between being an homage and being creepy as well. Right? Like, it's hard to explain, because again, it's that sort of thing. Now I'm gonna make a stop sending me DMs intro joke, yeah. But it's a difficult one, because, like, I want to pay respect as much as I can to each of the individuals that I'm putting into this game. I think all of the people that are involved, all of these VTubers that I'm trying to showcase are phenomenal people and deserve the positivity. Yeah, like, that's just the shorthand of it. It's hard to get it all right, and I know that I'm not always gonna hit, right? I mean, like, we've got the upcoming one's current update cycle, we've got Doki and Mume to work on. I've seen how it gets, it was shivering, yeah. But we've got these two that are gonna be the next two to work on, and then we've obviously got stuff in the future. Neuro's gonna be a fun one to work on, and by that I mean I hate myself for it. Hey Amiwa, how's it going? But yeah, like, Neuro's gonna be an interesting one to work on. Then we've got, like, all of this list here, and then the ever perpetually going up list other than this as well. It's just very, very interesting. Then we have, like, the funny things. By the way, I'm gonna write it down, and I'm gonna write it down on stream. I normally don't write these down, but this is an idea I had the other night. And I thought I should probably have it in here by now. So it's going to be, I'm gonna do a Mother's Day one. And it's just going to be, yeah, VTuber moms. That's part of it. What about you? I mean, we just released a patch for the game that I'm working on, and I'm tired, is the short answer. But yeah, so we'll do a Mother's Day one where we'll do a bunch of VTuber mothers. I think it'll be fucking hysterical. Like, we'll do Jin. Jin definitely gets into that list. Fucking, oh, there's a lot. There's a lot. Get daily on streaming? Nearly. I mean, 2 days a week I take off, but that's about it. Mom-tubers? Yeah. Mom-tubers, one, where we'll do a bunch of moms. I don't expect their kits to be very complex. I will say this now. It'll be mostly a gimmick, thing. In fact, I will probably make an effort to make them, like, either add synergies or just reuse, things that are already in the game. Just because, like, I don't think it's a necessary thing, and I think it would just be more of a funny, for gag thing. Because I was originally considering having it as a skin for the character, but hey. I thought that would just be also not quite right, so we'll see. I'll probably make some generic stuff for them though, and keep it at that. It'll be more about the visuals than it is about the gameplay. We're doing a bunch of moms, exactly. We're doing a bunch of moms. To be fair, I found out that, like, it's either I'm similar age or I'm old enough to be the dad of almost all my viewers, so... Seeing the statistics makes me a little depressed sometimes. Seeing, like, the age, things for YouTube and all that. Probably fits as specialists. Yeah, like, there'll probably be some stuff like that, right? You're also live on YouTube? Yes, I am live on YouTube currently. I dual stream every time. You're nearing 60? No, I'm not nearing 60. Good lord. How old do you think I am? No, apparently my, like, general audience is, like, basically just, like, young adolescent and, slightly older. Like, most of my audience doesn't go much above, like, 35. Just hysterical. That's why I say, like, most people are either around my age or young enough that I could be there for the thing. By the way, your model looks nice. Thank you. It's not fully mine, though. On YouTube, I have a link to the booth where I got this from. It is a full public asset available. I'm using the free version of it. I do not claim any, anything towards the design or the rigging of it. It's completely done by that individual. They're pretty fucking awesome for it. There's a free and a paid for version. I'm using the free version as fully legally okay. Just because I wanted to start VTubing and it looks fucking amazing. Currently it's a bit laggy though, but that's just because my computer is dying miserably after doing game development and streaming all the way through. Queen of Cloth is a bitch. Do you mean she's super easy or super hard? Because she's supposed to be super hard. She is a hard boss after all. There are two hard bosses in the game. Queen of Clothes and the fucking other one. They're supposed to be the last two bosses you fight, I believe. Is there hard bosses? And that's the current design process of it. Because yeah, she is supposed to be like big old health bar, big old health regen. Seems the only way to kill her is to hug her until she gets through, gets enough damage to overcome regen. Yep. That's the idea, and the best part is the lower her health, the lower her cooldowns. So she gets more and more aggressive. She is supposed to be a character you either somehow nuke her down in the last stages so you don't fight against the regen, or you have really high consistent damage and can just burn through the regen and not care. Again, hard bosses are supposed to be hard. They're supposed to be the capping off point of the run to really put in the challenge, which is why I say they come in too early. Do you have more characters like 2D or 3D live models? No. I can't afford anything. So, this is all I'm using and all I'm going with. I do game, do game asset design myself, but that's it. I can slap her faster than she can slap me. Yes. I mean, that's the idea, right? Again, it's... At this point in time, the hard bosses aren't excessively hard, but they are definitely difficult. They require you to do something specifically for them, which is the point. The idea I had with them was that each of them require you to play a specific way. So the best way to play is actually to play a diverse kind of build pattern. Having consistent damage, having nuke damage, having AoE damage, having single target damage, stuff like that, right? And it's really important to kind of maintain that. But you can still brute force them. That's why, again, like, the game length at the moment is too short. I'm a digital artist. That's cool. I'm gonna say this now. If you're coming to tell me to look at any of your stuff, I'm not interested. Because that means that you're going to act like a door-to-door salesman, and I'm not meaning anything negative against you. I'm just not willing to condone a door-to-door salesman in my chat. I can work for you if you want. I'm very good, thanks. Like I said, I don't have money. I can barely afford to feed myself. I'm not paying someone else. Have a nice stream. Thank you. Good lord, I feel like these descriptions are so much smaller now. After having done some really intense and, like, large-scale ones. Like, Blahaj Collection used to be one of the more complex abilities as well, which was funny. Like, real early on in the design process. It's like gain health and I think it was gain health and cooldown and then gain like more health and cooldown. And then it just got changed to gain health and then gain health and attack. You're making me question that I'm getting a phone call. Then I remember landlines are extinct. That's something that's wild to me as well, is that just like, I had paid for my internet, right? From the phone company, because that's pretty common here in New Zealand. And like, every time I've dealt with them, they're like, by the way, do you have a landline? I'm like, no. And they're like, yeah, no, that's pretty normal. I'm like, damn. Yeah, I really just don't. People should just call me on my phone or contact me via Discord or email. Like, nothing's done via a fucking landline anymore, man. Unless you're a business, you don't have a landline. And if, or you're a very old, fashioned styled household. That happens as well. And even this fucking ability of Rin, it's just game or currency. I still love Rin's concept. Rin is just literally, hey, do you want money? It's because I want money. I thought that was the most accurate I could do with her. Oh, it was just fucking hysterical. But I'm gonna have to start working on these two soon. Like, properly. Yay. Don't I have an order as well? I'm not gonna get into that. No, because I have it listed somewhere. It's in the thing, isn't it? Yeah, okay. That's as far as I'm looking. Ugh. God damn, though. God damn. Because it's worse, because, like, so going back to some of the stuff, like, I have ideas like this, which I can get the programming done for this, but I can't make this visually look good at this stage. So this is Doki Bird's EX, which is she jumps off screen, takes up a position, you gain a targeting reticule for your mouse or whatever that can be used, and then you can fire 6 shots with a small delay between them. And you can either, once all your shots are gone or after a portion of time, yeah. Oh, Queen and Animals swap life bar locations? What do you mean? Oh, do you mean that they just swapped to one being the sub one and one being the primary? Yeah, that happens. I mean, that's about it. I can't remember the ruling for how it chooses the primary. I think it's the lowest health, isn't it? I think it shows you the lowest health one is the primary. To be fair, that secondary system hasn't been used properly for a very long time because there wasn't ways of getting more than one boss on screen at a time, so I haven't checked for a good bit what happens for that. You tell me. Yeah, it's fair. I can't remember the rulings for how they determine which one goes where. I think it's just literally order of whatever goes in. I don't think it rearranged. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, good lord. Yeah, no, Doki's, I mean, like, GX Aura's EX is one that, like, I still hate purely because I've never been able to visually, in my free time, make a version of it that looked nice. That's why it's currently just the weird fucking splat and, like, effect, because it's just nowhere near close to what I actually want. the truth of what I want with it. So currently, it's literally just like a fucking slash effect comes out of the player. The intention was that you stand still, jump up into the air, she goes slightly above where the screen is, and then she slashes down, just this kind of X shape on the ground, and then lands back down, and this all explodes. And deals damage. That is the philosophy of what her EX is supposed to be. Currently, it's nothing like that. And it's something that I hate. Helm Splitter? Kind of. Very anime-esque. But I am not capable of doing that. So... because it would require doing a unique thing for the sprite, where it has kind of like a good valid jump animation to get off the ground, and then a hover animation for swiping twice. Which is just not something I'm capable of at the moment. And then the animation as well. Like, I'm not exactly the most stellar artist in the world. This game's getting developed slowly because of that. Doing my damnedest for it, but it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know what I've got for that. It's just going to be a constant issue that I'll never probably be able to rack my head on correctly. There we go. Alright. I built for Moko to sustain, so I'm starting, staring at my screen as Queen tells him, bite me, and she does. True. To be fair, so the problem with for Morko at the moment is that, like, the sustain's decent. I think the sustain build's really, really good, specifically because Iron Mouse is your baseline assist. I think it's the correct one at the moment. Fuwawa does not die easily. She is really, really consistent. However, if you just want to kill something, oh my god, yeah, no, Mokoko's really good at that. Like, holy shit, the amount of damage you can output, because keep in mind, and this is the wild thing that might not be obvious. If I swap to Mokoko, and I have the Hellborn Collar, right? You know how it gives you bonus damage reduction or damage, like damage increase based on who you are? That is your global effect. So that means if you're Mokoko, Fuwawa is getting that buff. Like, if it's the sister that's running around. So she gets a massive damage increase and then also gets your crit bonus. Because you also get crit chance for being as Mokoko. So it's really, really spooky. I really love, though, where it's kind of sitting in the philosophy of it. I just think that there's a couple of things I need to do to pull down some of the power that might be in the kit. Because what I'm trying to do is refrain from making it so the player feels like they only can play one of the sisters. I want both sisters to feel playable enough on their own, but better when you're swapping between them on a semi-regular basis. So it doesn't feel like you have to play them hyper-optimally, but you could, and it's even better. That's why I still think like EX reduction is going to probably be like a really big deal. Getting the was it download RAM? I think that's what it's called, right? Or a GX's one. What about a swap temp buff? So that's why you've got the knockback. When you use her ability, you get a knockback effect whenever you use your EX, so it's a safety net when you go to the other one. And realistically, Fuawa just, again, it's the idea, Fuawa shouldn't be able to die easily, Mokoko should be able to deal a shitload of damage. Decide what you want in the situation. Because keep in mind, so of the totaling buffs that can exist, this is the important thing. Of the buffs that exist on for Moko, let's see. So Fuawa's buff, she gets more DR, and gets movement speed. And gets area for the base, the weapon. Mokoko gets more damage. Gets crit chance. And then gets crit damage for weapon. This is the list of things that they get. So this is kind of what I mean by like, Fuawa isn't supposed to die very easily because her weapon alone keeps her fairly safe. She has bonus DR because of the item buff, and then she gets movement speed because of the passive. She is what you swap to when you're kind of mid to low health to keep you going. Mokoko, on the other hand, is who you just swap to deal a shitload more damage. Because it's just, that's what she's there for. She gets double the damage from the item, she gets like 30% crit chance, and she gets 50% crit damage on her weapon. So I was trying to find that hybrid range between them as the real big wanting strategy. So while I agree, like, Sustain's probably the better build at the moment because it's more consistent and easier, it does mean that Mokoko feels weaker, and that's kind of one of those things of like, is there something I do there or what? But a swapping temp buff, that's why I say, like, I don't think a swap temp buff is what I want. I just want to give them a buff. Like, you're playing this character, you get these things. If you're playing that one, you get that. I've been slapping the queen for 10 full minutes. To be fair, she's like the perfect example of she does well into sustain builds. The queen is actively the thing to stop you doing sustain builds. Iron Mouse is probably the only sustain build that can go into that, and that's just because she can get such high damage out of her sustain that it compensates, and that's the idea. That's why I say, like, in that situation, it would probably be better to be Mokoko and have loaded more damage in, with, like, more damaged weapons. But I stand by, I still think that your levels... Either the levels need to be increased... Okay, let me correct. What I think needs to happen is the requirement to get to the first boss spawning needs to be increased. I think maybe I'll pull back on or keep them the same for sequential bosses spawning. And then I'm going to add in some more... Like, I think the EXP levels aren't fitting correctly. I think the player is not getting enough EXP, but I don't think it's because EXP needs to go up. I think it's because enemy spawn needs to go up. And for enemy spawn to go up, this is where we start going to this kind of cascading issue. AI needs to improve, because I need lighter weight AI to handle more enemies on screen and more enemies being spawned on a highly irregular basis. This is where we're at. These are acknowledgements I have, but it's kind of one of those things of like, I can't balance the game until the game's functioning how it's supposed to, or how I want to function currently. And that's the biggest issue. But yeah, again, I think also the other weakness the game currently has, now that I think on it more, is the fact that there is not enough diversity in items and weapons. That's something that probably needs to change. I mean, there's still a crash sitting there in the game, that's really easy to replicate occurring, if people so desire, and I haven't fully fixed it yet. It should be hard to do, though, at this stage. It requires you to have everything maxed out, because I do not believe there's enough stat ups in the queue to handle if you banish a stat up. So it will cause a crash. It can actually occur, I believe, early if you do it right, but it's a very rare crash that way. I just need to do something about that. To be fair, there's going to be a shitload of stat-ups coming into the game as we go further in. Because stat-ups are supposed to be just like a variety of random crap you can get. In fact, I was tempted to make stat-ups that are duplicates, but give more or less. So, like, you could get a health one that gives you 25, and then you could get a health one that gives you 50. I just need to make a case scenario so it doesn't duplicate the name. Or it doesn't duplicate health ones, because obviously if you got one that's like gives you 25 health and gives you 50 health in the same shop, you'll feel kind of shit from that. I don't think that'd be very fair. Anyway, I'm just sitting here kind of spouting shit at this point because I'm very exhausted, and I always am after doing a patch release. So I'm gonna probably call it here. It's also about good enough time, almost 5 hours. And it means I can go make some food. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.